Hello. Sorry about earlier. I needed to, take care of some stuff, such as, I want to use my controller for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh no! Don't you play it! Don't you do it! Fuck! So loud and annoying. But controllers don't work without Steam Big Picture on my computer. I don't know what the fuck is the big issue. But in any case, the issue is your tissue. Let me just make sure. I've got a couple of other settings I need to make sure are working properly. Ah, yes, you're not. Okay, that should work. All right. Let's go ahead and cut the music and switch on over. Hello. Ah, it's still working on the browser. Let's turn that off and turn on the game capture. Let's start the game too. That would help, wouldn't it? There we go. Just a second, I'm taking care of one more thing. That being, there we go. That should work. All right. Okay. Yeah? All right, excellent. Hello, everybody. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Let's do this shit. I said let's do this shit. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah! Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. Alright. So, we have finished case 3, and now we are on to case number 4. I wonder how far we'll get today. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Fascinating. Da 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 da. Episode 4. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Hey, he said the thing! Hey, he said the thing! Ah! Hey! Let's get some fucking confetti up for that one. Where's the confetti button? Yeah, he did it. He said the line. Yeah. The Great Waterloo Hotel. Interesting. I'm very interested because, oh, what was it? They finally are starting to reference the professor killings in the main game. You know, this will be interesting. We're in the Waterloo Hotel. Neat. Remember. 1st November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Hi, Susato! Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer of the professor, you mean? Yeah. You know, that big bombshell that we learned, like, yesterday. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows, then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is! Oh! Whoa! I was not expecting the judge. 'Cause, yeah, that is what the judge looks like, but... I mean, we've only seen these guys in their Japanese attire. Sir, you look very good in a suit, sir. Sir, you have a very imposing frame, sir. Jesus. And Mikotoba, I like the hat. I like the hat, my man. It's a good touch. You look distinguished. You are the quintessential distinguished English gentleman. Fantastic work. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Ah. Oh! You're... Judge. His name is Judge. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha! Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Ha 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 ha! Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time? So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Eugene? Ha 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 ha! Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha! I have power. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishido here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged! Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yeah, he is. Ah, yes now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? So how is Japan? How's Britain? So how's the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose? No! Wilson! Dr. John H. Wilson! The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Impact. I was a bit slow in the delivery there. I just didn't have the right keybind. Let me do that reading again, okay? That's correct. Genshin Impact. Okay, we're fine. It's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Genshin? You knew, I presume, Father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma has since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Anyways, what you doing next, buddy? That began 16 years ago now. It's a different memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Isogi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I could tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yumei University at the time, you know, young lady? Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Oh. That's where the professor was executed. Ugh, not more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy or work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin, and he was a lost cause, sadly. That's so sad, Father! That's so I'm crying! Well, if you'll excuse us now, I'm gonna go yell at Strongheart. Oh, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Sada-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country, and I wish you the best of luck. Oh, naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. What, is Susato's mom dead as hell? Anyway, I won't bore you with the details that my wife is dead as hell. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man, because my wife died as hell. It was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say, I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is... I'm sorry that took so long. Mr. Sato. Now then, let's take your bags. Allow me to take your bags? One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. Isn't this that machine around your neck? It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course. Yay! Yay! I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's very funny because she's not wearing that, but it's funny. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. I believe Iris has tea waiting for us. Alright, let's go get some fucking tea! Spill the goddamn tea, babes. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think... could it have been Mr. Shones? Oh my, I do hope not. Wee! I don't do it anymore! Mon ami! Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. Do they have pronouns? I think they must be clients of Mr. Shones. Right, you two. You're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. But the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot! I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down in the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah. Thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Aye, aye. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Tadaima. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Okay. Just takes her fucking gun. Say hi to him for us. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest problems known to man. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. I like that. I like that a lot. You know, the Steam Workshop should have some mods so I can change the hue. Well, that's probably not a hue change. It's probably just a separate texture. That'd be silly, though. Actually, no, because you can download the models. Well, it might just be for the Greatest Stream 1, which wouldn't have this texture color. Basically, what I'm saying is, I want it blue. I want this motherfucker's hair to be blue. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face, as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. The lie you told. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us... I'll now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. My hair will be red in 1 week's time. I lie. That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew, but how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I'll be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh! I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. You wrong about something? I mean, it's unthinkable, really, if you think about it. How could the great Detective Sholmes make a mistake like he does every single day? Hey, so what was up with that bullshit? Anyways, Mr. Sholmes, who are the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Gregsy to come too. He could have had an arresting tea party. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. Man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it! A bungler! That's the word. He bungles everything he does. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads had been up to no good. Wait! Oh my god! Oh my god! I just saw Kazuma's mask on the table. Oh my god! I wonder what the men did. Hey, shut the fuck up, Sholmes. Shut the fuck up. As I was drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really, but only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. the mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Oh, okay. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? What you got up here? This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look! Cheap apples at the market, is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rand's magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Anything else happening? No? Okay. Let's talk more to Sholmes. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent! Mr. Sholmes, you are based. Trees were free to live in, and then we built houses, and then we charged people for those houses. Rent is a giant problem for mankind in general. But you know what? It's not humanity in general's fault, it's landlords. It's landlords! Anyways. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame de Spells only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum? One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. Your pronouns. Yes, Ryunosuke. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. I have transitioned. I now have pronouns. This will give us rent money. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. Now I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. I mean, what? I mean, Chums isn't here, and I can't observe him. Miss Chums, about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. If my saying, that it's a call off a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck. But to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction! Really? Alright, well, let's examine more stuff. I don't know. Nah. Nah, I guess. I guess I'll go look around more places, such as, the legal, my room. Maybe there's shit in my room. Nope, nothing new in my room as far as I can tell. Bye, Sholmes. You're not telling me. Oh, hey, it's my boy, Van Zeeks. What's up, Zeeky? Lord Chief Justice's office. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? It's almost like it's his job. My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Ugh, kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room when it's such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. Ooh, heem, whimper. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madame. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands, then. Lord Van Zeeks, I will attend at once. Later, bitch. Wait, did he just... What did he... He gave you a very mean insult vocally out loud as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe. Oh, right. Of course. How could I possibly have forgotten? I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? How's the symposium going, buddy? $30 million people to the Great Exhibition, damn. The 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital in Tokyo is 2 million. I'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why This landmark first symposium will be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. Great British Bake-Off. Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It is my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Oh yeah, that was weird, huh? I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago now, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll kill anybody who what? Nothing? About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my! So he stowed away to get here? He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. As a prank! I thought it would be really funny to assign an Asian man to work under Van Zeek's who is so racist. It's unbelievable. I thought it would be hilarious. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because he's so racist. It's unbelievable. Everyone knows. They call him Racist Vampire in the prosecutor's office. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask? He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Genshin Impact Asogi. What we learnt from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Impact Asogi. The Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. It's almost like it's unbelievable and he didn't do it. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of that professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed, anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? I'm gonna be... Death is unforgivable, even if it's justified. And that's why we're lawyers, to stop death. It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh. It is Strongheart. Okay. So Strongheart killed the aristocrats because they were evil. And now there's that curse about the Reaper. And he's like, all right, shit, free ability to kill criminals that get off the hook. Because they're still criminals and I want to kill them. Hey, don't connect those dots. Yeah, well. Alright, I guess I have to examine more stuff about Sholmes' suite. We gotta find the bottle of hair dye, I guess. It's probably in the fucking paper. I'm stupid. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Headed League." The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. On the account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now a vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at a large park on Lime Street. Get £4 a week if you are a redhead. Most fantastic money-making opportunity. Oh, let's take a look at the other things. However, I will say that the short of the lengths, great boon. Are they talking about shorts? Are shorts comfortable and easy to wear? There's some private interview. There's something about a fighter. Truly, more than any other nation, Britain has been successful in its endeavors, thanks in part to the generosity of its many investors and its long and illustrious tradition of fostering inquiries into the sciences. Just for forgotten, we got Isaac Newton. Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776. The doctrine of laissez-faire has only begun to truly take root in the last few decades. Okay. St. Bart's Hospital, the latest research money in the hospital. Blah, 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 blah. Jon Snow, there's a strong correlation with contaminated water. Hey! Hey, it's Jon Snow and germ theory. Thank you, St. Bart's. Minuscule microorganisms are the actual causes for a great many illnesses. The medical community has already begun in earnest to identify and categorize the tiny creatures as microscopes also continue to improve through the dedicated work of London's instrument makers. Expecting in the coming years, yada yada yada. This month's health advisory notices and something about drinking water. Do not drink any water which has not been previously boiled. Do not let water stand where it might be adulterated with dirt and other contaminants. It has been shown to reduce the incidence of the transfer of disease. Despite the condition of the city of London itself as of late, it has been a positive year so far in public health. There have been fewer cases of consumption reported when compared to this time last year. Smallpox is at an all-time low, thanks to vaccinations offered to the smallpox and fever hospitals throughout various parts of London. Another cholera epidemic. The cause is unclear, but the public is strongly advised to only drink water which has been previously boiled. Neat! Anyways, it's at first, so Sholmes, you're already too late. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. I was just thinking that maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, you quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper then. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. That's £16 a month. But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can? But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away! It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try and join in his place? Correct! I mean, look at me! Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Yeah, it was yesterday. It was yesterday, you dumb fuck. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Well, it's... dyes are chemicals, you dumb piece of shit! Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves, and in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair... Oh, it's a potion that you take. Interesting. Would you like to try it? It would make every hair on your body perfectly Every hair? I think I'll pass. But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Ah, amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say... But of course! To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. Sorry, I'm just checking some stuff. Okay. So I went wrong. The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Ding-a-ling-a-ling! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend. Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Thwack! Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now you've come to mention it. She was a juror. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madame. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What I'm about to tell you I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence. You understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Hello, Mrs. Vigil. What's up? Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh, my! Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. You have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Yes, Mr. Sholmes, I'll go sit quietly in the corner now. Tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman. By appearance, at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh, gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened. Mr. Sholmes, I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed? I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments, and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishment? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really, Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No!
It can't possibly be.
Yeah, no, it's... There's 3 places in London, Naruhodo. I don't know what to tell you. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madame. Pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it?
What? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry? Yesterday? It really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, the chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. Don't look into it any further than that. I don't need your money. I'm not taking on an easy job just because I need to pay rent. Okay? Don't, alright?
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this suite's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madame. In a day or 2, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
Neat.
Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous.
There she goes.
You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or 2? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually, you motherfucker.
Excellent! And what did you make of it?
Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Where the professor rose from the dead. Haunted by ghosts, fucking nerd. The professor. And now water from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean.
Would you? It's the prison governor you want.
No, that man is equally worried.
But aren't you going to go yourself?
Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair!
Yeah, that's fair. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Trying to get this hair fixed.
Goodbye, bitch.
Of course you are. Barclay. Barclay. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower.
That's hilarious! A grandfather clock where the clock isn't ticking, it's just fucking a guillotine going up and...
Chop! 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 Yep. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was done here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me? Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden.
Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean...
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes?
Well, there's no one of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about...
I didn't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. I'm gonna turn around now. Now get out of my hair.
So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case.
You think so too?
10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Impact, was incarcerated in his prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around that case, aren't you? Your agents, eh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get on with ya, before I punch your light suit.
We're going!
Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us.
Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us.
Yeah, your dad.
Hey! Professor! Not the murder one. That's Professor Mikotoba over there.
Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before. But had you known the prisoner governor at Barclay Prison?
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean?
So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee?
Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. It's almost like you have some sort of psychic power. Maybe you should go and form another country somewhere. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Ah, thank you.
Good luck then.
Hey, Professor, about that favor you wanted to ask. Okay, bye, bye.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket.
The SS Groose, first class cabin 1.
Yokohama departure 11 September, London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called on Dunkirk on the north of Canada. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burya. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary, and I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh?
I didn't think it would be important. I didn't think it would be important, but it was fucking important. God damn it.
If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? You can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mika Toba? That young drop from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba?
Yes, exactly! Him! Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jings! You're the young man's daughter! And you didn't think to mention that before?
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
Yeah. So then, what can I do for you, hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I have nae heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Eh? Vigil?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance.
Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now.
Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my! When was this exactly?
There's a question. When was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago now.
What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, as I mind it. Do you ken? I have nae heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though.
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago? Ah! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. It's almost like there's some fucking bullshit happening. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry, a walk?
Aye, that's all word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution?
It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't care anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what will that be, Anne?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. That means it was! Thank you for the answer! You're bad at this secret-keeping thing, my man. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken?
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in a laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. Still in use today.
St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikotoba and I often used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose. Ugh.
Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cup biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose?
Well, I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away, Anne. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. He's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mine.
Thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Ooh, so cool. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder?
Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked, so he was fully broke. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict Professor Genshin Asogi just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Wait. So he escaped? But he didn't escape. A different prisoner then? Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict can engage in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full information will be demanded. Fascinating. So this motherfucker let out some dangerous criminal? Or the professor? We're back!
Hello, you two! Now, hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked us some scones for us all. Ah, so that's what the delicious smell is. Yes! 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 Finally! Yes! 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 Let's fucking go! Let's go! Fuck yeah! Okay. I'm going back and clipping this. I'm making this Twitter video. I'm doing everything to this afterwards. Fuck yes! Finally! Blue hair! I'm normal. Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I like your hair. Does it come with pronouns? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I don't think I've actually seen that sort of mid-sentence animation change. That was fantastic. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray, tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important! Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it! What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead! What? They just found his body, shot with a pistol. What? But... Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Not Gregson. No. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson he was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. Ooh. Wait a minute! You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right! That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss! No! Lord Van Zeeks? Damn. Alright, damn, shit is really hitting the fan. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barak Von Zeeks the police have arrested. My hair is still blue. I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? I heard the gunshot, apparently, and when I got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I mean, Sholmes maybe, but not Gregson. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. This is fucked up. We gotta get down there. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strahd. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You've gotta help. Yep. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Miss Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. Damn. Inspector Gregson, dead, and Lord Van Zeeks arrested. Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes! What the fuck is happening? I got spoiled that Gregson was the victim, but I didn't know if he was dead or alive. He's just fully dead. Damn. And it's Van Zeeks who shot him. Damn. There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks! Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please!
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was that something related to the case?
This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know as it happens. Albert Harebrain.
Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university, and they were like best friends.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow.
What were you doing?
Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
And you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh.
After all, you're not representing me.
He's gonna need a lawyer, though. So, let us represent you! Who's gonna be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks?
Anyone other than you, you dumb fuck!
I don't want you representing me! Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not!
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that? What did Harebrain say? He's my buddy too. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief.
Not too late, are you? No, you're fine.
It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is.
That's good to hear. Anyways, let us represent you, dumbass.
So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. You're so racist, but you're not like a liar. I don't like you, but you always do go for the truth, and you don't shoot people. I know those 2 things about you. There's 2 things. Okay, I know 3 things about you, Lord Van Zieks. You're racist,
You don't lie and you don't shoot people.
So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's very gracious offer. However, I trust no one!
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese!
But please.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
Damn. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. I'm gonna go look at this paper now. Urgh, I'm so racist.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson.
Time to go to Fresno Street and figure out... Yeah, Inspector Gregson got shot. He's dead.
No, Gregsy! This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened, then. Gregsy! So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life? Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone to an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town?
Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that at his, and then just scuppered.
Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean?
Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Odo.
You're a lawyer, right? Yes? Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court.
I suppose you're right. Yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina.
Who's the lady?
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members? Ah. What's the matter?
Oh. Is that Susato's mom?
Oh,
no, it's Mrs. Vigil. It's Mrs. Evie Vigil.
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
I bet the court record will have, it won't be the stand, it'll be just a picture. Okay. What's on the board?
This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement you mean. To the Red-Headed League. But why?
Is it up to date, the report, I mean? No.
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Hello, sir? Excuse me.
Fuck off!
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Fireplace? An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather, or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Ha ha ha. I'm interested in this dust on the floor because it means that this room wasn't really cleaned much. It was only really just like used on occasion. Are you fucking kidding me? Gregson also had a red wig on? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece! And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And it's such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly! This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it!
I want to inspect it.
I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. It doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have used lots of birdlime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
I was hoping there'd be like a name in here, you know? But no? Okay. Little police doll toy?
Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way. Investigating a little toy. Oh, it's chafed. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. It's almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun! Ah! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? It's a key! Damn, I didn't know that. That is a tiny-ass key. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Gun. This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! No! If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. It's probably safer just to ask someone who might know, I think.
Nope, we are going to personally inspect it, Naruhodo. You can't stop this. Check the barrel for rounds. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh, this is the same thing? Come on! Okay, so I have to present this to a firearms expert so that we don't shoot ourselves in the face. Ooh, what's inside the barrel? No, okay. The top of one of the candles in his candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind. Look. Is there? I suppose if a bullet had hit it... It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. What wax on the wall? I don't see it. Am I just blind? Like, it really doesn't look like that. It looks like the wallpaper's just coming apart. Don't look there, Zach. That's dangerous. No. We just needed to check for bullets, you know? This does look like it was blown off, though. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay. Let's see, we'll investigate everything, then the body, and then we'll talk to the inspectors. They just nailed those boards, you couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that doesn't quite sound right. A bullet wouldn't make that. Maybe gunpowder? Well, it was maybe if it was shot from the candle. You know what I mean? Like, if it was a point-blank gun shot, then the gunpowder would make those sort of scorch marks. Because a candle would be... It would have to be an explosion. Because if it was a, if it was just the bullet, then it would go through and just crack it in half. If it was fire, then it would just melt the candle. So in order to leave scorch marks, that has to be actual residue from an incomplete combustion explosion in order for it to have the force to knock the candle in half and leave black scorch marks. Because the actual candle itself... I mean, it would have to be burning incredibly hot in order to just go like that and then leave incomplete combustion residue on the actual thing. And then also be put out. So, point-blank gunpowder shot would be the most reasonable explanation. So maybe the candle was used to hold the gun? I don't know. This one does let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. And I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Radiator? No? Okay. Anything else? Nope. Body time! Sorry, Gregson. I'm so sorry, man. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Oh, Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. It would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image. That's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Alright. Hey, Chief. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. I'd better leave you to your work, then. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Alright, I've inspected everything. As far as I can tell. Inspected the board, talked to the guy. Yep, we have investigated. Hey Gina, do you know anything about guns? Gina, what do you make of this gun? What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person who did this to the boss. Alright, Gina, what you got? Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Chumps twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yup, and ever since then, he started going on out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him! Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people what are bad. It did kinda set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Was Gregson the Reaper? What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently, it's been written by some cove called Hugh Bone. Hugh Boone. Huge dick. Nope. Hugh Bone. Hugh Boone. I can't stop saying Hugh Bone. Hugh Boone. Sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled up down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Sato. Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Suze! We're actually following a line of inquiry just like that ourselves! You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I did. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently, the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy! I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. Well, they're saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grillin'.
think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
Not doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame.
Alright, we need to find some bigwig lawyer. Hey, Lord Chief Justice, you want to look at a gun?
Interesting, starting with darkness.
You've made good time.
I took an express train back to London. Oh? Oh? I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Kazuma! Is everything in place?
I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama!
Ah, your timing is impeccable!
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts, and the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not!
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Kazuma.
Sup, Ryunosuke? What's going on? Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution.
Wait, what? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor?
Hey, look at this gun first! Hey, you know what a gun is? Here's a gun.
Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart?
I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence.
Oh.
Especially when the evidence in question is so It's a gun! Are guns dull to you?
Oh, right, I know, you're the professor. You like murdering with hounds instead.
Right, my bad.
I don't know anybody else who knows guns, though. Or big-wig lawyer type. I mean, there's the judge. There's Van Zieks himself, but it's his fucking gun, so. And I guess Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku, but why would they? That seems silly. Anyways, tomorrow's trial.
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
The public wants answers! Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least. Until now.
Ah.
No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
Prosecutor Asogi? So Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow?
That's right.
But He's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? Why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you?
Huh?
Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You're quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way.
Ah,
after all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed, after practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Hey, gun! Oh, yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Miss Naruhodo. Be direct!
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes, which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No, Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zieks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. Alright, thanks. You wouldn't happen to know about, this policeman figure? No? Okay. Figured not. I severely doubt that anything's going to be particularly, presentable here. I could ask about dismissal? No? Okay. Because I feel like there should be one more thing and then I should get kicked out. I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to look at Kazuma's face this long. Oh well. I don't know where to next. That's the thing. Oh, now I can investigate it. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary then. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. It was the warder's. If it's for the past 5 years, then the warder who was kicked out of the job 10 years ago would have gotten this gun with no serial number. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Do you know anything about the guy? No? Okay.
I guess that's it. Are you sure if we has everything we need to? No. Okay. Alright. Ha ha! Okay, I just need to talk to Kazuma now. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything, including what I was coming here to do.
Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I am a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here.
Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Oh, Kazuma! Kazuma! Before you go, Ryunosuke.
Oh, what is it, Kazuma?
I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh.
I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is?
This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel!
Why? What's this all about?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does?
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this.
He's smiling?
That's Clint Van Zieks, Barrick Van Zieks, and Inspector Tobias Gregson.
That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson, in a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person?
It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office.
In Gregson's office, you mean?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a very different view. Take it.
I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?
Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours of the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma?
Now we go to the prison. Alright, you bastard, let me defend you. You racist bastard. Come on. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
He's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. Might even be able to read English faster than he can. Ha ha! You're bad at reading, you're illiterate, you're a piece of shit. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your fucking business.
So, have you found a lawyer?
How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you.
In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Gah! Asogi! The motherfucker who killed my brother? Well then. It seems like I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all.
Yeah, we'll just show it to you first. Whatever. Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph.
Ugh! Where did you get that?
It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
It had to be, really. Yeah, it was just incredibly obvious. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense! No one would respect me!
No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes, there was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past, and I thank you.
Feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Maybe we could be friends or something. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we could get like a coffee? Tea? I don't know.
10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Genshin Osogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you.
It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. I'm so racist, it's unbelievable.
Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese.
Yeah. I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago.
My brother's hunting down a mass murderer, the so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi?
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor's case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah, and of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred has festered inside me. I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why, now I know the history.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow.
No, he isn't. That's not the Kazuma I know.
Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's all a tragedy.
Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigation made him determine it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
Inspector Gregson.
Anyways, is this your gun? About the gun you used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Ah, yes, that's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That, I don't know.
Oh.
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. You fucking morons, the both of you. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it.
Don't make the mistake of asserting me with this Nipponese.
Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure.
Can we look into your office?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks.
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Genshin Asogi. The men he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph? The one I'm showing you again? You know, this one? This one I showed you when I showed you the first time? I'm showing you again? Here, let's look at it closer.
Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked at the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Nah. Of course I will.
It would be an honor.
I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my life is in your hands.
We acquit. He's guilty. Guilty as fuck. Send him to jail.
For Lord Van Zeeks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma.
Do we continue? Yep, there it is. Interesting. Kind of a short one, huh? I'm ready to keep going, though. We're gonna have to spend a lot more time investigating. Bum 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 bum. I went too fast. It didn't take my head. Oh, should I? I'm gonna have to refill on my water and maybe get a Coke too. I know it's not good for my throat for talking for long periods of time, but also I need some sugar and some caffeine, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna refill my water and refill my Coke. I'm gonna put on some fucking music. Here we go. Alright, let's switch over to this one. Switch over to this one. Oh. No, there it is. Okay. I'm trying to reach out to some people since it's court time. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna split. But yeah. Be back in a little bit.
Okay, I'm back. Hello. Let me just check some stuff. All right. Stuff has been checked. Let's cut the lo-fi beats to study and relax to and jump right back in. Once I jump right back in, there we go. Yeah. Did I do anything else interesting? Break? No, not really. I'm just making sure that I was okay to keep on going for the next, like, 2 hours, depending on how long this case is. So, here we go. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose... Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. Sorry for being a dick. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? We're in Britain, and 2 Japanese people are prosecuting. Are you insane? I understand that no jury has been selected. Oh, closed trial? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Circuit Fry, you missed it. Sholmes had blue hair and pronouns. Now he's got blonde hair and he, him. Have you made any note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. I don't have to agree to anything. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Bringing back the blue hair. Yo! Taze! Hello! Welcome! Welcome to the stream. Let's shout out Taze. That's not the command. I'm a moron. There we go. Yeah, you're playing Goose Game with Bun, right? Was that fun? Did you have fun? Unfortunately, you missed Sholmes with blue hair, and that was the most important thing in the entire game so far. He had blue hair, and he had red hair, but blue hair is the more important one. Yeah, that do be the Goose Game. He would also say honk. Sholmes would also say honk. So it's kind of the same, you know? A little bit of column A, column B, same thing. Venn diagram. Herlock Sholmes and a goose. And it says honk right in the middle. Okay. Let's head on back. But everybody do check out Taze and Bun. They're fantastic. Their streams are very fun. Yeah. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes! After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own! What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper.
Sorry to barge in. Oh, hey! Got him. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father! Shouldn't you be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action.
Oh, that's me.
I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here.
Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo.
Oh, yes, Gina?
Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on?
This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it?
I don't know that.
Yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him! I'll fuck him up myself! You hear me?
Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least, that may be some solace to the deceased.
Yeah, he's dead as hell. Thanks, yeah. I gotta do the voices. It's funny! I gotta do the funny voices! They're not that funny. It's just dramatic.
I make jokes sometimes. Like, there's like one joke every 10 minutes here.
Gina's sad because fucking Tobias Gregson died. He was shot by Van Zeeks. I mean, no, he wasn't. It was shot by somebody else, completely different. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this. For the boss. Oh, Gina. No. We just have to prove him innocent. We don't have to find somebody else guilty. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. All right, then. Here we go.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks.
Yep, let's do this shit.
One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. Everybody lost everything. Yeah. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Unlike Sholmes, who does this with his hat, and you can't see his eyes anymore. Ticka, ticka, ticka. Ticka, 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 ticka. Alright, motherfuckers. Mothers and fuckers of the jury. There's no jury today. I forgot that. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama! You're so cool! I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. Dark, weren't these games about solving murders one of the silly, like the TV show Samurai one? Yeah, but the TV show Samurai one was still about, like, the mafia extorting the actors and shit. It's always been like this. Like, yes, it was, like, a Power Ranger who was a big lunk of, like, just a big old himbo. Just a big-ass bear of a man, and he didn't do it. But yeah,
It was like extortion and blackmail and mafia bullshit behind that TV show Samurai Murder. It's all fun and games until you actually have to figure, like, someone did die. But I never pictured it happening like this. I've never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench with a suit that makes your muscles look so defined. How am I gonna defend like this? I'm just... Kazuma-sama. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. The Queen directly said this? Queen Victoria 100% directly said this. That's crazy. Reaper cushions, yeah. Yeah. Well, no, the Reaper's the other guy. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' benches shall remain vacant today. Welcome to court. Yeah, welcome to court, Safika. I'm drinking court juice. I'm lying. It's peach Lipton tea. I just need some caffeine. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect of these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens! We're what? No, aliens of Great Britain because they're from another country. It's just funny to say aliens. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? You like court juice too? You drink the tennis or basketball flavor? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Are you prepared for the consequences of your actions? Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The funny zoom was the consequence. That was it. That's all I had. That was the consequences. The funny zoom. The funny boom zoom. Ah! Follower! Ah! Sorry, followers make me shake. I get very excited. The location was a building on Flat Street of Fresno Street. Sorry, the shaking rattled my brain. Thank you, Safika, for the follow. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How was the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Phoenix Wright side-scrolling action litigation. Yep, that's correct. Huh. Why is it blue? Did... That's weird. I didn't know it could do that. Why is it italicized? How'd you do that? That's wild. Blue text and pronouns. Welcome to the fucking club. The murder weapon is found lying beside the victim. Have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. A me preface? Oh, nice. So it could tell that you had blue and pronouns. Okay. No, my lord, not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of those candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Dyes your hair the good color. Well, you're gonna have to get pronouns then, sorry. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? I want to take a look. I want to look at the time of death. The coroner's name is Mariah Gory. She's gory. The time of death isn't listed here on the autopsy report specifically. I think that might just be an error. I mean, like the history, I can just check. Five o'clock in the afternoon, 1st November. Got it. Okay. No, my lord, he didn't live there. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there's precious little furniture inside and is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. I met their sibling, Al A. Gory. I hate you. Because I didn't get it until I said it out loud. And it makes me pain. Anyways. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks! As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. I promise he won't lie. Let him up there. I don't care. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Sogi's opening Pressy? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. I didn't fucking kill nobody. I'm just racist, okay? Get over it. Formal testimony then, witness. Taking a fucking sip, babes. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. I would give this game $10 whole if the bailiff occasionally had to hose down a brazier with a fire extinguisher. Just somebody just going on fire. Just... Would they even have fire extinguisher? I mean, I think it would just be water at this point. I don't think they would have, like, carbon dioxide fire extinguishers. So I think they would have to, like, have a row of bailiffs with buckets tossing water. I think that's what they would have to do. Well, Van Zieks does that with his wine sometimes. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. They'd have an emergency bucket, and yes, you break the glass to get it. Yep, see? Exactly. The water is nasty. That's why you don't want to set a fire, because they'll just splash you with the water, and it's nasty water. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. Ah! It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. When you say appeared before you, elaborate on that. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. Fire gentleman would be on the scene after tea. Oh yeah, if you get set on fire at 2:30, you're done. You're donezos. There's nothing. You're like, you have to burn for a solid 30 minutes until tea time's done. Okay? No one's gonna waste a pot of tea to put you out. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. But you got a fucking mouth on you! Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. It must be because the guy on the stand got his dad killed. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, here we go. Slap your face. Get yourself ready. Ooh, Kazuma's cut in! Ooh, buddy. That's my boy right there. Why were you investigating about Gregson? What's up with that? How you doing? You're investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? You should be. I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? Do all these attorney games follow the same structure of please fix your testimony for the fourth time mechanics? It's... 50-50 on that. Because there's a bunch of different mechanics that they've introduced over the years to add variety to how fix your testimony is expounded upon. Like there's press, fix your testimony, fix your testimony, fix your testimony, present. That's the standard one. And then there's have a bunch of witnesses on the stage at once, and then press, and then somebody says something that triggers somebody else, and they're like, what the fuck did you just say? And you ask them, and it's like, what did he just say? And he's like, that was a fucking lie. I don't agree with that at all. And then you move on from there. It's an interesting series of events. They've changed up. And sometimes you don't even need to do that. You just press all of the statements, and then you get through. I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. Yep. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man? Sounds like Danganronpa. It's not spelled like that, I can assure you, but you're close. I got it. I get it. It was dark inside and I saw no one. Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. Wow, it really didn't like me taking that drink directly front on camera side. It just made me go crazy. Alright. Put the fucking cap on the goddamn tea. Fuck. There we go. There was no light inside when I entered. It was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. God, Britain sucks if the sun goes down at 5 p.m. ever. My God, I couldn't imagine living at that latitude. I would love to be cooler than the latitude I'm living at currently, but fuck me, man. That's... No wonder people are depressed. Jesus. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. You like the one you're at? Does the sun go down at 5 p.m. for you in the winter? Fucking. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. Sure don't. There's no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There was a small oil lamp burning on the desk. I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Interesting. Interesting. Who fired the gun? I don't fucking know. Do you think I would have fucking been in this situation if I knew who fired the gun? Oh, yeah, no. It's, the latitude based on, like, how, I'm saying that it would be a nightmare to have the sun go down that, to have that big of a difference in the, sun going up and down based on summer and winter, which is a latitude up and down situation. Like, the closer you are to the equator, the closer you are to having 12 hours a day of daylight and 12 hours a day of nighttime as possible. And then as you get, there's like a circle at the poles where the sun never sets during the summer. Could you fucking imagine? God damn. And the sun never rises in the winter. Fuck me. I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another presence. Aha! Then it could be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's stupid. You're dumb. Oh. Sorry. Just the still pointing being like, yes, I got it. Oh. Never mind then. Without doubt the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you notice the revolver on the floor? Correct. and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Ryunosuke did that too in the first case. Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands? In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I don't fucking know. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was Gregson! A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. I almost turned around and shot them myself, you know. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. And Scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. Okay. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Ooh. Surely the court has heard enough. Duh. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. Ooh, what's that? Is that a Kazuma Asogi objection theme? For the prosecutor Asogi? Ooh, don't mind if I do. Hello. The point. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. Yeah. Wait, no, that doesn't mean that. What it means is not that he was lying because he was telling the truth. What it means is that the time of death was obfuscated. There was a gunshot sound that went off and a smell of gunpowder but he was actually shot earlier in the day. In that case, then the candles would have burned out and gone out, and the other one would still have been shot when the candles were just lit. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Gah. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom with police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. Pardon. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed? What is this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zieks. All of them? All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no! In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations, where he would reap the souls of the guilty. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. By the Reaper's hand! What? What? Damn, that was a good argument. I'm proud of you, buddy. It's bullshit, but I'm proud of you. Barak van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Sogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing and concerning the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Time to investigate it. Hey, shut up. Give me a second. I'm investigating, all right? Yeah! Of course there was blood on the back of it! You dumb motherfuckers! Of course! Of course! Every time! Every time! Isn't that how to look? Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Of course there was a bloody handprint on the back of it. My god. Anyways, these are all Reaper cases. Yeah, he said that. And he died. Okay. I wonder what people are involved in this case. We got Susato, Sholmes, Iris, Yujin Mikotoba, Seihiro Jigoku, Gina Lestrade, Mael Strongheart, Barak van Zieks, Evie Vigil, Daily Vigil. Oh, he's got purple hair. We got a photo, but it wasn't in color. Barry Caden. He had a Scottish accent. That was hard to do. Tobias Gregson, dead. And Kazuma Asugi. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Bye, bitches. What a racist vampire. Red Riding Hood? Beppo! Beppo's back! Best character in the entire fucking game! Let's go, Beppo!
I hope you're doing well for yourself, Beppo. I know you're not, but I hope that you were. I was hoping. I was praying. I've been dreaming.
So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them.
Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to the passers-by, you know? Jaunty little titbits. Titbits? Titbits? Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man.
Give her the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel. All right. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street just have twins. I fucking love his goddamn face. His stupid fucking face. I love him. Ryunosuke never change. Titbits are the bets you can personally vouch. True! True. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. He's got like a burn around his neck. I'm curious, yes, about what's going on under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids.
It was a firework. It was a firework, you dumb fucks. It was obfuscating the time of death by making a sound of a firework. God fucking damn it. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. We're fine. We're fine. It's easy. Okay. Struck on her ass. Alright. You weren't exaggerating with little. Did they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
You're in the court! What the fuck is wrong with you?
What'd you say then, eh? Want a pop with 6 pence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Wink.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel. Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff, right then. Here's something a bit extra just for you.
The Venus Special. Only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. Light it! Light that motherfucker! Light it!
If you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo, you're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry, it's just that the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom.
Yeah! Woo! Explosions! I love violence!
Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like
a gunshot! Who could have seen this fucking... I guess the first part of this case has to be easy so that it's fucking difficult later.
Think me. I think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Yeah, I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and to think what it means.
Ha!
I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street, from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on, and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be beggared, I thought, just between us.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Got it? We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper.
If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrack Van Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. Ooh. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I made myself a tidy sum already. A tidy sum indeed. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All the flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than Bennett could have committed the crime.
No!
Sorry. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel of defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord.
In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Maybe with all the fucking bullshit that's there. Oh, Asogi, you're so cool. You're so fine, you blow my mind, Asogi. Alright. Okay. So the question is it possible that that bang was just the fireworks? Can I present the fireworks? This is kind of a shot in the dark.
Objection.
Nah, okay. Actually, you know what? I'll play this out. In a number of ways, you say? That's right, my lord. In a number of ways. Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Counsel. I made a bit of a mess of that. In a number of ways, actually.
Hold it!
For which presumably you mean the gunshot? I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang! It went, just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive. Right. And at that point, he ran inside. Is that correct?
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? He can't move because of all the fucking signs. Sorry, Beppo. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I am not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? It is, Beppo. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street, and the Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Sorry, Beppo. You didn't deserve any of this.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and I yelled out, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Zeeks claims all he heard was a man scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? There's a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Interesting. Even Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barrick Von Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. Stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. And was there anyone else in the room at the time? No, of course not. Not at first. But then this old stiff came waddling along behind me, of course. Only him, mind. I can't handle stairs so well, as you can imagine. Especially on the way up. And you couldn't have just failed to see someone? It was a bit dingy in there, I grant you. But there were the candles on the wall and the lamp on the table. There was nowhere anyone could have been hiding. You mark my eyes. Nowhere he could have been hiding? Can you add that statement to the court record? I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper.
Hold it!
So you didn't run into the room with your friends?
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there.
Ah, right. I see.
Old Lippy and the witch ran in there and I heard a sort of old lady scream.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my arm on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on.
Which is when you went to find a policeman.
And I ran into a cop as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh?
Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper.
I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life.
And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony,
I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo.
Truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zeeks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you?
No. Oh, absolutely.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks? Suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone in inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I'd have forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Better than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
There was no trunk at the scene.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. Ryunosuke, the fucking wig, man. Oh, a photograph! Thank you! Gregson, no! And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated at the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe that Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though.
So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. Photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared. What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
I just want to look at the photo. Interesting, interesting. This is very clearly the corner of the room. Okay. And there's a bloody handprint on the side, and Gregson's hands don't appear to be covered in blood. That means whoever left the handprint on this side of the board was some third party.
Hold it!
By which presumably... Oh, I already did this one. Damn it. Yeah, strike that match on your ass. And we ran inside, yada yada yada. Okay. So everything from the moment they went in the building, you saw mostly the whole thing. Less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing about this situation. Either I have to present the photograph, or, which is likely considering I only got the photograph just now. But the photograph doesn't seem to mention anything. What other evidence do we have? We've got the armband, the Red-Headed League, picture of this guy, steamship passage, Vigil's dismissal from Barclay Prison, photograph of the woman, this red hairpiece, which hasn't been changed at all since the last time I inspected it, this policeman figure with a key inside the base, the gun, candelabra. Nothing else suspicious about it, though. Well, it exited the body from behind, shot at close range from the front. We heard a statement that there was nowhere for anybody to hide. Alright, the other option is that it's this again, but I needed to press everything first in order to get the photograph before I could actually press it.
Objection.
Nope. Okay. Alright. Interesting. I'm lost. Okay. Saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went into the building. Nothing in here contradicts this statement. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Nothing so far. Is there anything else to examine about the gun? Don't think so. Okay. And I tried presenting this, but it didn't work. So. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go see and what had happened. Nope, nothing there that I can think of. What if shot in the chest, victim throws a firecracker in agony, firecracker hits a candle, gunpowder splashes against the candle on the victim's back? No, that's silly. It's right in the room, and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. This gun? Except it doesn't help. Get after death, so I ran to find a copper. I've pressed everything. Alright. Walkthrough time. Trial part 1. Press all the statements. Press statement 4. Did I not already do that? I guess I didn't do that yet. Damn it.
Hold it!
I thought I pressed everything already. So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked open the door like professional. I didn't. I yelled out, "What's going off here?" But Van Zeke's claims all he heard was a man scream though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barry Van Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare. This didn't happen the last time. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. And that's it? Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. I had my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? A pool of blood? Yuck! But listen here, even when I was sprawled out on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did, aye. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. Wiped it off on the floor. That's an inconsistency with the fact that your handprint is on the notice board. You bastard. So you wiped it off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection.
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? Objection! If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi, you bastard. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There's a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene on the back of this notice board. Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right! That's my right hand! I'd know it anywhere! Hot, actual hero.
Objection.
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible the witness handprints to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board is in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position, even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. Huh? There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you've formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... I think it would be the board moving, because if it was knocked down onto the floor, someone would have had to put it back up. So Mr. Gossip ended up with blood on his hand and wiped it off on the floor, as he says. Is that what I picked? Did I pick the right one? Oh, I picked the wrong one. Whoops. He must have left behind a mark somewhere. Just as mark has been left behind on the back of the notice board. I'm gonna have to turn off my face tracking, unfortunately. My phone's getting low on power. My face is now completely static and I can't even blink. Isn't this so sad? Can I get an F in chat for my face? Damn, that's hot. Should be charging now, though. We didn't find any other handprints, you stupid idiot! A penalty is due. Yeah. Okay, look, I hit the wrong button. That's what was just from the warm-up. What? There should be a bloody handprint on the floor. So where did it go? I'm ready to give the proper explanation to the court now, my lord. Jesus. The board moving. No one's lied so far. Not where it was found, but the handprint itself. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved! What?
Objection!
That's dumb! You're dumb, Ryunosuke! You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who! I don't know that yet, but the point is... When you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be... the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Well, if it was on the floor, he said he was right on top of the body. And it couldn't have been in the way of the... Oh! The door swings open this way. It knocks over the notice board. And the body's there. It was behind the notice board. That's why he couldn't see it. So it would have been in the doorway? Well, no. Well, here. It would have been here, because if he kicked it open forcibly, then it would have swung past its hinges. Versus Van Zieks, who would have just opened it cautiously. I hope it's here. I'm gonna save, because this is kind of dumb. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. It's either in the doorway or just past the doorway. Yeah, there we go. Immediately adjacent to the doorway? If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would have happened if the door of the room were thrown open with force. That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious! My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ah! Ooh, he's just like, ah, damn. My boyfriend's so hot, ugh. Counsel, how has that not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. The mystery of the moving board. I didn't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. Weren't you getting a cop? I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Beppo's based. Do you, really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barrick Van Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes it, that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Yeah. I mean, I lose if I don't, so yeah. Alright. Firework on the bang again now this time? Firework on the bang now this time? Please? Nope, don't save again. Back. Alright, I'm gonna press you on that, because that's... When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them.
letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. Beppo, you've got something to say about some bold-faced lies?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Beppo?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth, in which case she's not a liar? Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you?
What you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Wink.
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
Well, I tell you, eh? I said I was a good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief! Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remembered or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh, yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where all happened.
Hold it!
And what did you see? You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So blast the flippin' thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board?! I think that did slip out, didn't it? You daft bomb pot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. My imagine— The truth now, you dumb fuck! I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it. Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there, that was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ah! I knew I should have lifted it!
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when you're done.
No! I will fucking steal it from you if you steal it. That's enough stealing! Oh my god! Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord! The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Maybe the pocket watch was used as a timing device? Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? No, yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully for what we've already found.
What's that?
There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. Glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto, not an odd job man. Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it! A perfect fit! And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. He wound it without fail every single day. And when did Gina say that he wound it without fail? Oh, I can't find it again? Nope, okay. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh. Well, also, no, there's no way in hell that it would have stopped naturally, even if it just fell, you know? The issue is that it was completely unwound at the hour of 5 o'clock. It was unwound. It did not break, it did not stop, it was unwound so that it just had no more energy left in it. Someone did that on purpose, because there's no way that it just randomly stopped at 5. Let's press this for the gunshot information. 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? There's no question the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. It did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view, so I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. My instinct is to present the gunshot again. Saving. Presenting.
Objection.
Ah, okay, fine. Let's press more statements, I guess. I don't care about that. I already pressed you on that.
Hold it.
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to rip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? We know. We figured it out. It wasn't the Reaper,
Hold it.
but I want to know what you say. What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards, they're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away. If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. Couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright and dragged it into the corner. Right. I'm glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma.
Hold it!
Oh, yeah. Skipping through, skipping through, skipping through. Maybe I present the pocket watch on Beppo's statement. Let's finish pressing everything and then we'll present the pocket watch. So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on. Admit it? What's to admit? It's that plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver? In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Damn it! I hit A again. Two, 3, 5. There we go. Did he, though? The pocket watch says otherwise. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder. I want an attorney game with young Mia. Yeah, show her a gay relationship with her prosecutorial friend, Emma Sky's sister, Lana Sky. Lana Sky, that was her name, right. Forgot it for a second. We found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. There wasn't. There was one single case added to the DS release of Ace Attorney, which was the only release that was sent to the West, which outlined Mia and Lana's previous relationship while also trying to prove Lana's innocence in a crime. She was still guilty, but, you know, only a little bit. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order! Order! But counsel! The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. Objection! That's bullshit. That's an assumption. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, alright! Well, how do you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. He's been dead for a day? You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead! Oh, shit! Order! Order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim!
Objection.
It's also bullshit! You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. It was on purpose! It was on purpose! The omission was on purpose! The omission was on purpose! It wasn't a glitch! It was on purpose! It was on purpose! Oh my fucking god! That's right! Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went under me when I kicked the door in! What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes? So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection.
But that blood could have been explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he...
Objection.
No, that's bullshit. Does my learned friend think fresh blood is available on every street corner? What? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. Huh? We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection.
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ears on his livelihood. Hey, it's his whip, from when he was a carriage driver. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... a bunch of fucking fireworks. Finally, I present that. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness? Now hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. Bang! As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that someone set off those fireworks at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrick Von... It was in the candle! The bullet didn't go through the candle, the fireworks were in the candle. They lit the candles, they would burn down, and they would explode at 5 o'clock. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop! See? It's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learnt of a very useful invention indeed. something called a, time bomb? Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device? Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound? The motherfucking candles. Wait, that's the... I did think so, my lord. But it's becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here.
Objection.
I hit the wrong button. Yes, by you. What? No, counsel. The time has come for a penalty, without delay. Damn it. I can't believe I just missed the candle. I was looking at the wrong thing. I don't know what my brain was doing there. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes! But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on this candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse with firecrackers, generating a loud bang! How do you like them apples? How do you like them apples, motherfuckers? We're great at lawyering. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses. All of us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. Well, not her firecrackers. They're very clearly just like pop and they're gone. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say... It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer! Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired! Damn! Damn! Order! 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 Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked.
The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly. I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? This case 10 years ago, about the professor. As the only one that's particularly specific about the professor. We've got the dismissal note about the professor. We've got the framed photograph of Mrs. Vigil. And we've got Gregson's photograph about... Okay, this one I think is more likely.
Take that!
I hate this game! Congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You deserve a reward for that expert display. Ow! Fuck! Did you just draw Karuma on me, my friend? I think, Mr. Naruhodo, that there's one particular piece of evidence that really does stand out in showing what case Inspector Gregson was investigating. Game sucks. Game sucks. The notice board.
Take that!
Now. What piece of evidence is suggestive of a case? The pocket watch that he got during the professor case? No.
Take that!
I'm looking it up because this is dumb. Really? Really? Okay, it's not the professor case, and that's why I'm wrong.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. Huh? We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not! Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. No, I didn't. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of... Shut up. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, Counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London, tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Sogi. At once, my lord. Very good, we will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. For 30 minutes. Alright. How long have we been going for? We've been going for a couple hours now, almost 4 hours. And save progress. And I think... we'll call it for now, I think. A little bit long. And I want to not be dead for the next, like, week while my voice recovers. So we'll just call it, we'll call it there. Goodbye, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I want to know what's happening! But I don't want to die. Alright. Jump back into the lo-fi beats. How relaxing they do be. And they do be. Thank you all so much for coming, by the way. Really appreciate it. Ugh. Yeah, my phone died. It was at like 70%. So like 100% charge will last me a good while. And it's good information to know. Though another thing is, I've got a wireless charger that I can use. The issue is that it's not great, and the phone turns off after it gets hot enough, or it stops wireless charging when it gets hot enough. So what I really need is to buy just a cable that I can plug into the bottom of my phone so I can charge it while I'm still using it. That way, you know, I can continue using it nigh indefinitely. That'd be great. But alas, it's not what I have right now, so. In any case, next week's schedule. Let's see. I'm gonna try and hit another 2 days. Hit another 2 days a week. Because I'm very close to getting affiliate now, which I'd very much like to do. I think that'd be pretty funny. I'd be able to move my commands from my chat to inbuilt commands with affiliate points, which would be nice. I'd be able to have some emotes. I have to make emotes at that point, though, too. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. In any case, thank you so much for coming to the stream today. And I hope to catch you all in my orbit next time. See you later, Star Sailors. Bye! Oh, wait. Right. I say that I have that sign off, and then I always end stream, but is there anybody that's live right now that I can raid? Oh, Amber's still going. Alright, let's raid Amber. Alright, we're raiding Amber. We are going to fucking get them. It's called a pellet. That's good. I like that. Yeah. I'm going to work my way up and become partner. That one's still the same. That one's still the same. Raid! And die.